Gymnastics Championships. In this, our final session of our competition, you will see aerobics, youth, junior and senior individual finals, youth trio group and aero dance finals, junior trio group and aero dance finals, and senior trio group and aero dance finals. Let's make the most of this final day of competition, and please welcome to the floor, representing New South Wales, Beatrix, Campton, Elise, Anna and Sienna.
Take us through what we've seen here.
Oh, a bit of a jump out of that illusion. Not too sure if that one's going to count, but a solid effort from that first group from New South Wales.
Fantastic. You're going to have to help me out here tonight because I am a novice when it comes to aerobics. Although I am or was an artistic gymnast, aerobics is a completely different sport, and we've seen the best of the best in the last 2 weeks across all gym sports, which has been absolutely fantastic. So how did the young ladies go in that routine? They look happy with themselves after that one?
I think they're happy. You know, with the youth, they are really little and young and coming through the sport, so it's really good to see that we're able to create these multiples and teams across the states, because it's not something we've really done in the past. Yeah, they did pretty good. Good energy on the floor, good personalities coming through, a couple of execution errors with just their skills and difficulties jumping and hopping out of them. But overall, I think that was a pretty solid routine for them.
Fantastic. And behind the scenes, how is the scoring done for the viewers at home who aren't familiar with aerobics like myself?
So we have 3 categories. We have execution, which is just looking at the technical quality of lines, movement, synchronization. That starts at a 10, and then the execution deductions deduct from there to create the execution score. Artistry is a really important one. We're looking at, you know, musicality, interpretation of music, how they use the space, everything like that, personality. That's also scored out of a 10. And then you have your difficulty, which is your technical elements that they do. They have to do them all at the same time with the groups. And they, depending on what category they're in, there's different variations of values that they can get for those.
Fantastic. And the judges are currently working through the scores from the first routine we saw. And then next we're moving into the senior division with the team combining Victoria and South Australia. So in this event, athletes are allowed to represent themselves or different states and combine to make a team.
That's correct. And something really amazing about this next team is that they have actually been selected for the World Games in August. So they will be representing Australia. We have 1 athlete from South Australia and the rest are from Victoria. So it's really exciting to see that we can come together as a community and collaborate and create something special.
Amazing. And the World Games is coming up. We have a few of our trampolinists from Australia competing there as well. And it's great to see such a massive multi-sport event which isn't focusing on all the Olympic sports and is giving other sports that are also amazing an opportunity to compete at such a large multi-sport event. So looking forward to seeing how the Australians go there. But up next we have our senior divisions from South Australia and Victoria.
There's the opening. You can definitely start to see the style of their routine. Really important in air dance that we do see a theme, a story, some sort of style that really sells their performance. Very creative collaboration there. And here comes the snake. We're now moving into their second style of movement. So with air dance, they've got 32 counts of a different style of movement, which creates the dance component. And we're moving back into the aerobics part of the routine. Very solid routine from that Victorian and South Australian aero dance team.
Fantastic. And you spoke about scores being execution, difficulty, artistry, special requirements in aerobics that athletes need to perform.
So with aero dance specifically, they don't have any difficulty elements in it. They just have the dance movement pattern and the dance break itself. There are technical requirements around how they perform it, whether they get the value of specific elements or skills with it. What was really exciting about that aero dance is that you could really see that sort of snake theme coming through, that Arabian styling. And the execution on that routine was pretty good. They were pretty solid, very technical with how clear precision lines. Not too many synchronization faults on that one either.
Amazing. And you mentioned these ladies will be representing Australia at the World Games. Have they competed for Australia before? Is this their first international assignment?
This is a new team. Yeah.
Fantastic. And the judges have finished up the scoring from the previous routine, and we can see the next group of ladies from New South Wales in the senior division also taken to the competition floor. And the uniform is part of the storytelling of the routine. There's a bit of storytelling. You spoke about the snake in the last routine there, and so the storytelling around this routine goes all the way from the dance elements into the artistry into the uniform to create a whole story from start to finish. So a lot of effort goes into the girls' routines, but whoever's making these leotards is putting a lot of effort into them as well. So,
and definitely, and this is not very common. You see a skirt in aerobic gymnastics. It's only very new. Part of the code of points, they've started to allow skirts as part of the aero dance categories. And that's the intro, really telling exactly what this routine is going to be about. Really fun choreography, really upbeat, shows the dynamic and expressive of what aerobic gymnastics can be. Here we go, moving into the dance component of the routine. Now they can do any style of dance. It doesn't have to be a specific style. So here we see some sort of lyrical contemporary and back into that high dynamic aerobics. The theatrics is amazing in this routine. very solid routine from the New South Wales group.
High energy, and we spoke about the uniform and the artistry and everything, but also the music tells a story. And you can see as soon as that music started, we knew what the theme was for the whole routine there. So fantastic stuff. And so Amy Stewart, Jim, you've been an athlete, judge, coach, well versed in all things aerobics. What draws you to this sport?
I think it's the variety of what you can do. You can do something that is really high energy and enthusiastic, but you can also do something that's really dramatic and emotional. Like, there's so much variety in a performance sport like aerobic gymnastics. The feeling that I always got as an athlete on that floor, being able to do something different each year, was just, I don't know, it was creatively just made me like burst and want to just be in the sport forever kind of thing. And then once I left as an athlete, coming into the coaching, be able to mentor and give that to the other aerobics community was, something really special.
Fantastic. And so when it comes to constructing routine, where does the inspiration come? Is it led by the coaches? Is it led by the athletes? Or how does that come together?
I think it's a bit of a mix of both. So you've really got to understand the athlete, what makes them comfortable and what kind of emotions they know that they can express, and then you choose music around that sort of theme and style that you want to portray, and then construct the routine from there.
Fantastic. And so would you stick with a routine for multiple seasons, or are you creating new routines every year, or how does that work?
I think the standard would be about 2 to 3 years, depending if you're looking at, world championships or world games. You probably wouldn't change your routine every year. A year to develop, a year to really show it, and then if you need to, try again. Try to do something different. If you want to, express something different, if you want to move in a different way. And that's what I love about aerobics, is that it's so versatile.
It certainly is, and we've seen a lot of versatility this evening from the first 3 routines. But we are moving into the junior aero dance category, is that correct?
That's correct.
From a young team from Queensland, who will be taken to the floor shortly as the judges need to work through their scores. A large panel of judges who do a magnificent job to put these routines, these scores together in a short amount of time. Shout out to all the judges who do all the hard work behind the scenes and make competitions like this come together. But we are moving on to the Queensland team in the junior aero dance category.
Looks like we're going to the circus. Good partnership there, nice and dynamic. Playful choreography, really selling that theme of that circus style. Here comes the dance break. And a good transition back into the aerobics components. Group collaboration, a little bit fumble on the ending. And a good ending to wrap it up.
So much energy. You did mention there was a little bit of a fumble in the routine there.
Yeah, probably a small execution error just on the way that they landed from that collaboration, that group lift. Very small error, but in aero dance, because there are no difficulty elements, you have to really nail those small moments in the routines, because execution can play a big part in how they get scored.
All right, I'm starting to get a hang of this. How long do routines need to be as well?
depending on the category. So most of the routines will be a minute 20 plus or minus 5 seconds. But the youth individuals, which we'll see a little bit later on, they are 1 minute and 15 plus or minus 5 seconds.
Just a little bit shorter there. And group sizes, do they vary depending on age group? We've seen a couple of different group sizes here. So is that up to the athletes to decide on how many? We had the Queensland team with 6 there. We have New South Wales team coming up shortly with 4 athletes. Is there a requirement there?
There is requirement. So internationally, if they want to represent Australia at a FIG, a Federation International Gymnastics event, they do need to have in the senior aero dance 10 and in the junior it is 8. But within Australia, because we are inclusive in a smaller gym sport, we do allow smaller groups just so, states and clubs can create these and get exposure to those routines. They just wouldn't be eligible to represent Australia.
Understandable. And talking about a smaller team, we have a team of 4 here from New South Wales.
Yes,
Marcella, Tamara, Sophia, and Angela from New South Wales.
Yeah, these guys came ranked first out of qualification, so it'll be interesting to see what they do in this round. Kicking the routine off with a collaboration. And already you can see so much personality on the floor. Big expressions, big movement, precise and clean. I think when you do have a smaller group, it is important to go big to really show that. Here we go, a bit of a Broadway commercial jazz dance break happening. Some small synchronicity errors in there. Good use of space too. They're really covering that floor. Bit of combination acro, which you're allowed to do in aero dance. Solid finish.
Solid finish indeed, and the girls look happy with themselves. A bit more tumbling in that routine there. You said a bit of acro movements there.
Yeah,
Is allowed in the aero dance?
Yeah, so acrobatics and sort of tumbling has come into aerobics in the last Coda points. It's been there around there for a while, but they're starting to see a little bit more of it. Later on in the individual for the aerobic gymnastics, you can even see some tumbling elements connected with the difficulty elements, which is where they would get a 0.1 combination bonus as well. But for aero dance, there is an unlimited amount, so they can do. But what you don't want to see is just tumbling and tricks everywhere. What we want to see is the interpretation of the music. We want to see the theme. We want to see the style of movement. We want to see purpose. Connecting back to the music, connecting back to the memorable performances that you want to give.
Amazing. And then that finishes our junior aero dance category for this evening. We're moving into the youth individuals. Apologies, we've got one more routine from Western Australia.
From Western Australia.
Benita, Ruby, Maisie, Samantha and Sophia from Western Australia coming up next in the junior aero dance category. And talking about international assignments, major world championships coming up this year for any of our competitors?
Not this year. We've just got the World Games this year. We've got World Championships next year, but this National Championships is a selection event for a couple of international open events coming up at the end of the year. So we've got Plovdiv in Bulgaria, the New Zealand Nationals, as well as the Korean Open. So this Australian Championships will pose as a selection event for those events.
And those open events are junior, senior, youth, or
both, all divisions, yeah.
All different divisions. What an experience to be able to travel some far-reaching places of the world to compete in a sport that you love. One of my highlights as an athlete was travelling and seeing the world with, with my friends that I had for so many years, trained together, competed together, and I think that is what brings so many people into this sport, is the friendship circles and the people that you meet. And if you are lucky enough to travel the world with a sport that you love doing, it's even more of a bonus.
What I really enjoyed is the transition travelling as an athlete internationally to travelling as a coach or a judge internationally. It's a whole nother experience. To see the behind the scenes, something that you don't get as an athlete, was really, really, really cool.
And which one did you prefer?
I'm actually going to say as a judge.
As a judge?
As a judge, yeah. As a judge, because I just got to meet some really interesting people. I remember my first international comp as a judge, I vowed that I would learn Spanish, because a lot of the judges at that event were Spanish or spoke Spanish, and I really wanted to join in on their conversations. Never learned it, but there's still time.
There's still time. And the judge is taking a little bit longer on this routine to get the score out. But hopefully we'll see a bit more action shortly. And here we have the ladies entering the floor for their routine from Western Australia.
I think we can tell exactly what this theme is going to be. A bit of Chicago. Ooh, very dynamic collaboration there. Here comes their second style. Looks like we've got some hip-hop street dance. Nice to see that they're using the use of levels going down onto the floor. Bit of playful musical theatre movement, really bringing back the theme into play. Strong finish on that pose.
Amazing work from the young ladies from Western Australia. Looked like they had a lot of fun out there. So we have groups, individuals this evening. Do a lot of athletes compete in both, or do they prefer, for yourself as an example, you prefer to be part of a team, or did you do a bit of both?
I was always an individual athlete. At the time I was competing, groups and multiples wasn't really the focus of the sport. We've transitioned quite into seeing more multiples and groups being created across the state and across the country as well, which is really exciting.
That's right, you mentioned the FIG groups are 10. So
in
10
the aero
athletes
dance, yeah, when we have our aerobic gymnastics groups, it is 5.
I see, and we have finished up with the junior aero dance groups there, and we are moving into the youth individual, is that correct?
That's correct. Going into the youth individuals, we had quite a number of these in qualifications, so it was quite a feat to sort of make and select this, get this selected for this final spot. We will see a lot of these athletes come out on the floor multiple times this afternoon, so really you would see athletes in maybe 2 or 3 different routines. They will do an individual, a group, and an aero dance, or an individual, multiple, and a group. Lots of opportunities to get out on that floor and perform.
Fantastic, and we are moving into the individual youth category as the judges wrap up the score from the junior aero dance routine that we just saw, which is the last routine for that category this evening.
What we're going to see different in the individual routines, because we are now moving out of the aero dance, is we're going to start to see some technical skills in there, some elements. They will have anything from, you know, your dynamic leaps and jumps, your explosive push-ups, flexibility elements.
And the rules are different to the groups?
Yes, yeah. So the judging is the same. So they will still get scored out of 10 for execution, 10 out of artistry, and then their difficulty elements will also be added, which is what we didn't see in the aero dance, is those technical skills.
And so who are we looking out for in this youth individual? Who qualified first after day one? Do we have that information?
Yeah, Angeline from New South Wales, she will be coming up in a couple of routines. She finished in the first position for the prelims. Elise, who's about to come on, finished in second position. So it will be quite interesting. The scores were pretty close, so I feel like it is anyone's game at this stage.
And they are vying for the Australian Championships best in the country. So a lot of tension, a lot of nerves, but these athletes seem to be handling it well. And we do have Elise from New South Wales taken to the floor, qualifying in second position, hoping to go one better this evening.
Very playful start to open it up. Very strong double L support. Very good switch dynamic. Definitely hit that 160-degree minimum that they need. Very clean illusion. Finish that off nice and tight. Good use of aerobic movement patterns. It's very important that they use every corner of the floor. So we want to see them touching every zone, every corner. Otherwise, there will be an artistic deduction.
Beautiful routine there from Elise from New South Wales. And you did mention the difficulty coming into the routine. We saw some push-ups, some leaps, some bigger difficulty in that routine than we saw in the group stages earlier. And that adds a lot more to the routine, doesn't it?
Yes, yeah. There are some rules around which elements that they can choose. We want to see a variety, so they do have to have one from each family, one from like a jump, a push-up, an L support. Her L support double press was really quick and really dynamic right at the start of the routine, so that was a very impressive way to start. Gave that dynamic impression to the judges right from the beginning.
Certainly did. It's fantastic to be live streaming this here this evening for all the aerobics fans out there. And we do switch over to a replay.
This is the L support I was talking about. Look at the height she gets off that floor. And then kicking it off with an aerobic movement pattern, showing those basic aerobic steps. That was the switch leap there, good range. Definitely hit the 160-degree minimum. Nice presentation with the face. Looks like she's really enjoying herself out there. Beautiful half split to split landing and going into the helicopter floor. Ooh, a little bit of an awkward timing with the hand landing in that push-up. Would have just been a small error. Clean illusion. The Cossack floor to split landing, so she definitely can see that she has that flexibility for those elements. Small error, not closing those feet together in the front horizontal turn. Overall, I think that was a pretty good routine.
Certainly looked like it. And you mentioned the face there. Super important in aerobics. eye contact with the judges, big smiles.
Yeah, what we want to see is we want to see a memorable performance.
Now we are moving on to Eden from New South Wales, our second competitor in the youth individual category this evening.
That was a very playful and fun start. Good execution in her aerobic movement patterns. Bit of a fumble in the illusion, small error on the landing. Very fun and creative movement in the block, which is a requirement of the artistry component of the routine. Good amplitude on that butterfly. Combination of skills, which is what we'll start to see as well, getting that 0.1 bonus. And finishing off with a little bit of a drama.
And how did Eden do after day one of competition?
So Eden qualified in 8th position, which is still pretty good because it was quite, I think they was 21.
21, but it got her into the finals this evening, the top 8 here in the youth individual category.
What we really like to see in these individual youth, because they are a little bit younger, having really more upbeat and playful routines. Oh, it looked like there might have been a little bit of a touch on the chest. That would have quite a bit of a deduction and no skill played.
Lose the value of the skills and the difficulty.
Yeah.
Less than ideal.
We did see quite a few touches in the qualification round.
And they do make it look easy, but it is incredibly hard to jump into that push-up position and then stop yourself from touching the ground.
That's right. There is an execution deduction as well if they do land, you know, with the straight arms. So if they land with straight arms, you're going to get 0.5 in deduction. So they want to catch them low, but if you catch them too low, then you risk touching the floor.
And that's the deduction, plus you lose the difficulty value of the skill.
That's right.
There we are, moving on to the next competitor, Sarah Lehman from Western Australia.
Looks like Sarah might have withdrawn, and this is Angeline, who qualified in 1st position. Not too sure if there was a touch on that L support. Be interesting to see that one in playback. Great thing about Angeline is she's got amazing performance quality. She looks like she's having the time of her life on that floor. Combination of the tuck full into the half split to split. Moving into the helicopter push-up. Good travel in this block, which is 3 consecutive 8 counts of aerobic movement patterns. And there's your acrobatic element. Very strong finish. She definitely has a great personality, ball of energy on the floor.
That's right, and that was Angeline from New South Wales. Apologies there. Sarah has been scratched from the competition by the looks of it. You mentioned the replay, hopefully we get to see here.
It'd be interesting. She didn't look like she had enough height on that L support.
was at the beginning of the routine.
Straddle jump to push up. Here we go here. I think she's clear, but I would say that there will be some execution deductions because she was sort of swaying from side to side.
You want to keep that L position completely horizontal with the floor as she makes her way around.
Very good butterfly. Good amplitude showing the half turn entry. And that's the combination that's going to give her a 0.1 bonus as well. Really cute and playful choreography, really selling the style of the routine, really matching the music. Here's the illusion. Small error with feet apart on the landing. Acrobatic element, which we are now allowed to do. And a really strong finish. Good personality in that routine. Very upbeat, very happy, which is really what we want to see in aerobics. We want to see that dynamic precision, clean lines, power.
That's right. You did mention FIG, the governing body for this form of aerobics, and the code of points changing. How much has it changed since you were an athlete over the years to now? Is there a lot of variety?
So different. So different. I really wish that this was the code of points when I was competing, because it's all about performance and style and theme, as well as the execution side of things. When I was competing, it was very heavy on skills, which was not my strong suit. I was definitely a performer. It was sort of what I gave all my energy to. I definitely feel like this code, the way that we're evolving, is definitely seeing aerobics become more playful, more creative, opportunities for performance.
Fantastic. And how often do they update that?
Every 4 years. Every 4 years. And this is the first year of the new code.
Fantastic. Similar to the artistic cycle as well. After the Olympics, it changes, which has its pros and cons. It could be lined up very much in a certain type of aerobics, and then all of a sudden the rules change in you in 4 years' time, and then you've got to change your style or become more dynamic or more dance and heavy in your routine. So it is challenging as an athlete to have the rules change. I know when I was an artistic gymnast, I was very good with combinations on the tumbling floor, and all of a sudden combination elements and bonuses weren't as rewarded. They weren't big individual skills, and so for me that was challenging to have to come back after the code of points was released and think about, okay, how do I change my routines and what works in this code of points? So that does happen in aerobics as well.
Yes, and it's also hard for the judges too, because they have to change their whole way of rethinking.
The start of each code of points, there are a lot of judges, coaches, courses going on around the world for them and the coaches to relearn the code of points and how to make sure they are up to speed on all the rules. And the competition season starts early in the year after the code of points, so between learning the code of points, then sitting their exams if they have to, and then being able to be on the competition floor judging, it does happen quickly.
What's really amazing is our head judge today, Deborah Greenbaum, is actually a FIG Category 1 judge, which is the first time, in a while we've had that in Australia. So she was able to go to the course overseas and learn that in advance before bringing it back to Australia.
Fantastic, and we are here with Holly from Victoria.
A little bit low on that landing, but I definitely think she was clear and didn't touch. Very good straddle support, full turn. Half split to split, very close on that 160 degree, and a very strong closed pike support. Staying a little bit in the center there, but she is making it out to that corner to hit that zone. Doesn't want to receive that 0.5 artistry deduction. Very good helicopter full to push up. And a bit of an acro variation to finish it off.
That's what we like to see there.
It's not very often you see a closed pike support in aerobic gymnastics at the moment. It used to be a very popular skill back in the day. Her coach, Angela McMillan, was known for her very, very strong closed pike support. She used to be able to do full double turns in it, which is quite a strong skill.
And incredibly difficult to do as well. She made it look easy.
Round off into the straddle jump to push up, you could see that she had a little bit of a pause on that landing, and her chest wasn't as high as I would like to see it in that straddle shape. But she will receive the 0.1 bonus for that combination. And here we see that closed V support, very controlled, very strong, holding it for the 2 seconds. Hitting that back zone. So Holly qualified in 6th position.
She's needing 16.5 to beat Angeline, who's currently sitting in 1st place in front of Elise in 2nd place and Eden in 3rd. So 16.5 is the score that she's looking for this evening to take the top spot.
What we'll start to see as we move into the older age groups is that they will start to be allowed to do more complex, difficult elements. So depending on what category they're in, allows them to do a little bit more value in their difficulty elements.
That's right, and the judges are just finishing up the score there for Holly from Victoria.
Looks like there's a little bit of a discussion happening at the moment, just making sure these judges need to be in range. There are specific ranges that they have to be in. If the judges fall outside of that particular range, the head judge will have a conversation. They will need to justify their score and bring it up, close it up, pretty much.
That's right, and that's in range compared to all the other judges that are on the panel at the time.
So for the execution and artistry judges on the panel, we have 4 of each. So 4 execution judges and 4 artistry judges, and if they're not in range, it becomes a little bit difficult, which is why we sometimes see those delays.
That's right, and we are moving on to Francesca Jenkins from New South Wales in the youth individual category.
Francesca qualified in 5th position, so she's got a little bit of work to do. She wants to hit that podium. Very high on that straddle jump to push up. Good amplitude and controlled illusion. Not much execution to be seen there. Very playful music and choreography here. Helicopter into the push-up landing, strong low push-up landing. Very good on that L support. Bit of a pause. Might bring her artistry score down a little bit. Moving into the block. 3 counts of 8. Switch to split to finish it off. It was a very fun, playful style of routine, Mary Poppins.
Mary Poppins theme section. So you can choose a theme from any genre, any dance, any music you want.
Anything that your heart desires. You really want to try and match it up to what the athlete is strong and that they can really portray.
So if the dance is the strong part, then more upbeat, faster music really show off those dance elements.
Yeah. And when we move into the senior, you'll start to see a little bit more emotion and expression as soon as we start to move into the older athletes. We can see a little bit of movement in her upper body, so execution might bring her down quite a little bit in those aerobic movement patterns. Very good landing on that helicopter though.
And from our previous routine, Holly scored 15.050, which put her into 3rd place.
Very precise in her arms then. That was the pause I was talking about. Might bring down her artistry score, use of music. But she's definitely having a lot of fun. Not too sure if she hit all 4 corners though, so there may be an artistic deduction based on not using all 4 zones of the floor.
Understandable. So we need to hit each corner. How far away from the corner do we need to get?
Pretty much in the corner.
In the corner every single time. All right, one to keep out, a look out for those playing along at home.
Yeah, you really, really want to be dancing with that line.
Dancing with line and step over, deductions.
Line deduction. Line deduction, if you step over on the line is okay. Over the line, you'll get a 0.1 deduction.
And unlike artistic floors, these are not sprung. They're not soft.
It's not soft, no,
So when
it
they're
is.
tumbling on these floors, this is impressive stuff.
Yeah, it's similar to a basketball court style feel, but there is, a foam underlay which gives it a little bit of bounce, a little bit of power, but not as much as what you would get on an artistic floor. The floor size is also 10 by 10. Yeah. We used to have 7 by 7 as well, but in the new code of points, they moved everyone into the 10 by 10 meter floor, which makes it a little bit harder for those little ones to really get into those corners.
That's right. We just spoke about making sure they visit every single corner in their routine, but for a group at least, trying to fit 10 athletes into a 7 by 7 is also challenging. So they have a bit more room to move and to perform their skills in a 10 by 10 setting. The judges are taking a little bit of time to get Francesca Jenkins' score together, but we do want them to get it right. That's the main thing, and we want every athlete to have the best opportunity to have the best score that they can. So if the judges take a little bit longer, they're just making sure they get it 100% correct.
And especially since it is a selection event as well, we want to make sure that we are being fair and getting the right results out for those athletes.
That's right, and you were fortunate enough to compete overseas yourselves. What was your funnest trip or highlight from an international competition?
Oh, it would have to be ANAC, which is an American competition. It was over in Phoenix, Arizona, where I actually won the gold medal.
Well, that certainly is memorable. Coming home with a bit of gold. But we do move on to Tasman Alder from New South Wales.
She qualified in 3rd position. Really good amplitude in that connection between the round off and the straddle jump to push up. Fantastic. Yeah, fast and dynamic. That's what you want to see in those supports. Good range on the switch leap. The switch leap is sort of making a comeback this code. Ooh, bit of an error on that landing. Not too sure if that would count. It might have jumped with an airborne phase to close it. Good interpretation using basic gymnastics elements like the bridge incorporated into the routine. Aerobic movement patterns are looking strong, definitely using the variety of the 7 basic steps that we have in aerobics. Good helicopter to push up, nice and strong, and a good finish.
Esmeralda from New South Wales, bringing the energy here tonight.
Earlier in the year, she represented Australia at the Suzuki World Cup in the youth individual division, which is why you could see the little Australian flag on her leotard.
Amazing. What age groups are the youth in between?
The youth is from the 13 to 14, 12 to 14, 12 to 14.
And then into the junior categories, and then into senior categories.
Junior is the 15 to 17, and then senior is when we go into the 18 plus.
And we did see Francesca, the previous routine, finishing her routine in a 16.5, coming in dead even with Angela.
Yeah, so they're both scoring 16.5. What happens though, it does go back on the execution score. So Francesca did have an execution score of a 7.0, where Angeline was 6.85. So that will put Francesca above Angeline, which is pretty good. Francesca qualified in the 5th position, so going from 5th to 1st so far, definitely an improvement from her qualification round.
That's right, and it looks like we only have one more athlete in this division coming up, so Hayley Holbrook coming up, and if she's the final athlete, that means Francesca's taking home some silverware this evening. Nice routine there. As we do await the score from Tasman, who we just saw on screen in that replay.
It's so hard when you're so young to experience this kind of environment, doing 2 different rounds of competitions. Not all states will do 2 rounds of competitions in their home states, and when they come to Australian Championships, it's kind of like their first times. So it can throw them a little bit, but I feel like Tamsin did a pretty solid routine there. I do feel she could be a contender for the top 3.
That's right, and we have one more competitor as we do wait for Tamsin's score. I always talk about how nerve-wracking it is as an athlete waiting for the judges to finish the previous athlete's score. You're on the competition floor, in the atmosphere of the arena, and you are just waiting patiently for the judges. Sometimes it can work in your favour. Some athletes have no issues with it. How did you used to cope with the nerves when you were competing?
For me, it was as soon as I was marshalled, I needed to walk straight onto that floor. I was not ready to stand side stage for 5 minutes. It would just, the anxiety, the stress of having to actually think about it. I'm definitely an in the moment person, so it was get on that floor, do what I need to do, leave it all there. Waiting was definitely a really struggle for me.
That's right, and athletes do train many, many hours to prepare themselves for events and situations like this, and they are always with their coaches. The coaches are in their corner guiding them through these situations, whether it's nerves, whether it's pre-routine, hype up, or whatever the athletes need to do. And coaches generally have been athletes before, and they work through and teach the next generation how to handle these situations the best as possible. But we do have Hayley Holbrook from New South Wales taken to the competition floor.
Oh, wow, the range of that straddle jump was really impressive. Pretty good, that split full jump into the back handspring combination. May have been a touch of the foot on the floor in that helicopter, so it'll be interesting to see if we can see that in playback. definitely start to see the playfulness of the youth division coming through in their more upbeat choreography. Good amplitude in the Cossack full two splits. Not quite hitting the corners though. She's sort of getting in the zone, but definitely not to tick it off as meeting requirement. But for someone so little, she had a lot of power.
A lot of power and a big smile from Hayley Bulbrook to finish her routine there. Big high fives from her teammate and her coaches. But we do have a replay here, and you did speak about the helicopter.
That's a really impressive straddle jump to push up. We needed to get the legs at parallel. She well exceeded that.
Right into the corner there.
And here's the helicopter here. I think the left foot might have touched the floor. If the judges are not too sure, it would be if in doubt, benefit of the athlete. They won't take the deduction, but if it was a very significant touch, they will definitely take that.
And the judges don't have instant replay, they have to go off
What they
everything
see
that
in the
they
moment. Yeah, bit of an execution on that horizontal turn, probably about a 0.3 on the ending alone. So she really needs to hit above that 16.3 if she wants to buy in on the podium. Bit of an acro variation.
Nice work. And we do have the score from Tasman Alder from New South Wales coming in at 16.3 and putting her in 4th place.
Yes, tying with Elise, the same score, but Elise definitely had the higher execution score, which will rank her one above Tamsin.
And I believe that concludes the youth individual competition for this evening. And then we'll be moving into the senior divisions with the trios coming up next.
That's correct. We're going into our senior trios. The first team up is from South Australia, Madeline, Tian and Poppy. And the second team is a combination of Victoria and South Australia, like what we saw with the aero dance, having that multi-state collaboration. It's just providing more opportunities for these athletes to travel internationally.
That must be difficult to put a routine together like this when you do live in different states.
Yeah, interesting fact about that multi-state. She used to travel once a week. She was like I think it was 3 days in South Australia, the rest in Victoria, or vice versa, other way around. She has actually just relocated to Victoria. So she has moved to Victoria full-time not too long ago, earlier this year, which has helped. But whilst they were learning the routine and everything, like, she was flying every week.
That is dedication and commitment from herself and probably her parents as well. And parents are the unsung heroes a lot of the time in gymnastics. Early mornings, lots of driving, lots of travel with their athletes, or with their children, or loved ones, to make sure that they can attend events like this. And we are fortunate to be up on the beautiful Gold Coast, and a lot of athletes and families have travelled all the way up here to make this event as special as it is. Over 2,000 athletes, 7 gym sports over 2 weeks. So a big festival of gymnastics, but that is not the only festival of gymnastics that we have. We have the National Club Championships coming up later this year in September, once again on the Gold Coast. That times 4,500, 5,000 athletes, so even bigger event, and we'll be seeing more athletes taking to the competition floor. weather's a little bit better in September in the Gold Coast as well, which is even better.
Yeah, it's really nice coming to the National Clubs Carnival because we get to see a lot of our younger levels, you know, from level 3 and they can watch these senior athletes and see where the sport can take them, and it's really motivating for them to be able to, you know, experience that they might not see in their own home club or anything like that.
That's right. It's great to bring everyone together. When was the last time you competed at national championships?
Fun fact?
Fun fact.
It wasn't too long ago, actually. I actually made a comeback in the Masters division.
Masters division?
And I was only about 6 months after having a baby.
Well done, impressive. Gymnastics is a sport for all and for all ages, but we do continue the competition here from South Australia, Poppy, Tian and Madeline.
We really got to look out for the block in this one. 4 8 counts of a continuous aerobic movement patterns together. If they don't get this block, there is an artistic deduction. Very fun choreography to sell the theme and style of the routine. Good partnership. Half split to push up into the A-frame. Now, they will only get that connection bonus if that split to push up is going to receive the value and paid. Oh, a bit of a synchronization error. They will receive a little bit of deduction there. But super fun music, super fun choreography to match it. There's your collaboration. Here's the block I was telling you about. They got to stay nice and close within an arm's length of each other. Pretty good routine. There were some synchronicity faults in the aerobic movement patterns and some of the skills, so they will receive execution deductions for those.
And as we await the scores for that routine to come, we do have the unofficial standings for the individual youth. We have Francesca Jenkins from New South Wales in first place, Angeline from New South Wales in second place, and Elise in third place as the final scores do come through, and Haley, the last routine we saw in the individual, placed in fifth. Unofficial scores there, and we will see the ladies coming out later to collect those medals once everything is finalised and being ratified, as we do see a replay here from the previous routine from the ladies from South Australia.
Front horizontal turn, small error on the landing, not closing the feet together. Very minimal, maybe 0.1. I would say there would be some sort of medium area on that split landing. Didn't quite slide into that split position fluid enough. Beautiful butterfly though. Here's the block. Definitely staying within an arm's length of each other, so I do think they will get this block paid. That is continuous aerobic movement patterns without any of the choreographic jumps. So this trio did qualify in second position. And here we have the combined Victorian and South Australian trio, qualified in first position.
And the score to beat, 15.133.
Very good on the split landing out of that helicopter. Good floor space. They definitely want to travel and use those corners. Bit of a pause in the combination from the round off into that split push-up land. It'll be interesting to see if the judges will value that 0.1 connection. Here's the block. Got to stay nice and close to each other to get it paid. Very nice dynamic collaboration. Oh no, it looks like we had a fall out of that double illusion. That's going to really cost them. Very creative ending though.
It was all going so well for them, that double illusion. Unfortunately, we did see a fall there.
Yeah, so fall, total loss of control. Going to receive a hallmark execution deduction, so that's really going to bring down their score. Plus they won't get the value of that illusion added to their final score.
1 mark, 1.0 in deduction, as we do see a replay here of the team.
Helicopter, really nice. Quite difficult to go into the split landing, but they all did it quite well. Scissor leap definitely hit that 180 degrees. Yeah, their skills were looking so good from the beginning. Round off into the half split to push up. I think there was a bit of a pause in the connection, so I'm not too sure if that one's going to get the combination bonus. It needs to be a dynamic rebound if we want to get that 0.1 bonus. Very expressive choreography in their block, using all their upper body, arms, heads, legs to really show complexity and variety.
That was impressive.
Here we go. Yeah. She put the two hands down. That's going to receive the 1.0 execution deduction, and they won't, unfortunately, get the value for that double illusion.
And we did have the previous score from South Australia, Poppy, Tani, and Madeline in the 15.133 Tian, sorry. With that fall, are they going to beat that score? Unlikely.
I think it's going to be pretty unlikely because the 1.0 does take off quite a lot. But we'll just see if the rest of the routine can pull them through. So in qualifying, they did receive a score of 16.955 in qualification.
A lot resting with the judges to get this score out.
When we do see some of these major errors, it does take a little bit of time for the judges to sort of put in their scores, making sure that they are being fair and correct.
And we are looking for consistency across the board from the judges, as you mentioned earlier. They have finished their scores. We are yet to see the final score, but will come up shortly as we move into the senior group division. Lindsay, Estelle, Poppy, Grace, and Zoe from New South Wales. Unique start.
Good fluid travel around the floor to start off with. Butterfly, legs were a little bit low. We'll see a small error, but it definitely would be payable to get the value of the skill. Good combination, shuttle jump into the A-frame. There's the helicopter again, one of probably the most popular skills. Very playful and creative choreography. A lot of fun happening. Not too sure if that Cossack was parallel to the floor. I'm also not too sure if that block, they were close enough for that one to be paid. We do want to see them arms length from each other. Good collaboration. Very creative ending, definitely using the accents of the music, but I'll be interested to see if they do receive the artistic deduction for the block.
Were they too far away from each other?
Too far away. Pretty much you want to be an arm length from each other, like a flock of birds traveling around the floor.
And a bit of a different start here than we've seen.
And that's what's really cool about the groups, is that you can be creative and create different shapes.
And from the previous senior trio team of Ruby, Olivia and Sophie from Victoria and South Australia, 14.872, that unofficially puts them in second place, with the execution score being down in 5.45. So that fall definitely cost them. You mentioned they were in the 16s in qualification, so unfortunately not their night tonight in the finals.
That's right. Nice dynamic collaboration from this group here. This was a really fun and creative routine. I do personally like the upbeat routines. When they're done so fun, it invites you, it wants to invite you onto the floor with them. And like, I want to go out there and celebrate with them.
So they did have a 13.911 in qualification day, and they're the only team in this division, so looks like goal for them tonight. But let's see if they can beat that score of 13.911 and better their day one score.
With the difficulty score of 1.611 from qualifications, it looks like they may not have had all their skills paid in that first qualification round. So making sure that they really meet the technical requirements of the skills to get the value.
13 is a bit of a low score. What's a consistently good score, if you were to say? Anything above 15 seems to be...
Yeah, in this new code, we've seen that the execution scores across the board have been quite lower, even on an international level. Execution scores used to be around the 7 and 8s on the international stage. Now we're seeing execution scores drop significantly down in the 5s or 6. So I would say anything around a 7 would be a pretty good execution score in this new code of points.
And then the final score does vary depending on the difficulty that is in that routine. For some of those individual routines you mentioned, there is a difficulty component to it. Not so with the groups.
Yeah, no, the groups also have the difficulty in their elements as well. So the difficulty is scored, like the total value of elements that do get paid that meet the technical requirement does get halved, divided by 2, and then added to the final execution and artistry score.
Thanks for clarifying there. As we are waiting for that previous score, they are taking a little bit to put that one together. We haven't seen that one come up on the scoreboard just yet. We spoke about nerves. The next routine, they're already dancing before they've made their way onto the competition floor, so they look like they have no nerves at all. And that is the youth aero dance team from Western Australia that we will be seeing shortly. We have Ella, Tegan, Emily, Jessica and Peyton, who are having a good time on the side of the floor. You can't see that on your screens just here, but they are getting into the atmosphere and the music here tonight, which is great to see.
I think that's the amazing thing of aerodance, is that a lot of people do an aerodance routine because of the fun element that it brings. It's all about the theme, it's all about being creative, it's all about performance.
And here they make their way to the competition floor. Ella, Tegan, Emily, Jessica and Peyton from Western Australia.
A little bit of a partnership. Good to see that they're using the floor space as well. Hitting those corners. Definitely already hit all four. Showing different formations. Moving into their second style. What I like about this one is that their second style is significantly different from their aerobic style. So you can really see the change, makes it very clear that they're moving into their second style of movement. Pretty good routine from the Western Australian group. Would have liked to seen a little bit more interpretation of the music in the dance movement style. It definitely does play a big part, the theme in aero dance. If the theme is not clear artistically, it might have a disadvantage to the overall score.
And we spoke about the previous routine from New South Wales in the senior group division. They scored exactly the same in qualifications as they did in finals, a 13.911.
It's pretty impressive.
What are the odds?
To get the exact same score in both.
And we will await the score from the previous routine from Western Australia in the youth aero dance division, but we have finished block 1 for tonight, and there's a little bit of a break, and then we will continue the action with our junior individuals after this short break.
Yeah, this will be a good opportunity for the second half of the athletes to come out and do a floor touch on the floor as well, just so that they can get an experience of the environment, the floor, test some skills out, and get them prepared for what they need to do.
You mentioned the athletes will come out, warm up.
Yeah, so what we will see is some of the junior individual women and the senior individual women shortly will come out to do their floor touch.
And we're just awaiting that score to come through.
Yeah, in qualifications, they scored a 14.2. They had an artistry score of 7.2 and an execution of a 7. In aero dance, you will see that their execution scores are higher than in the aerobic gymnastics routines, purely because they don't have those difficulty elements in the routine.
And we will take a short break. Once the score comes in, we'll let you know what they scored for that last routine. The judges have finished with that, but it isn't showing up on our timing boards just yet. But once that comes through, we'll let you know what that score is. And then we will take a short break and come back to you with more action for block 2. Here's a replay from one of our earlier routines.
This looks like to be one of our level 7 to 10 teams that was earlier in the day. This group was from New South Wales.
All right, we will be leaving you there as we do await that score from last routine, but we will be turning the mics off shortly while the athletes do warm up here at the Australian Gymnastics Championships, and then we'll be back. Don't go anywhere. Tune in about 10 minutes time, and then hopefully we'll see some more routines coming to you live from the Gold Coast.
There's the opening. You can definitely start to see the style of their routine. Really important in aero dance that we do see a theme, a story, some sort of style that really sells their performance. Very creative collaboration there. And here comes the snake. We're now moving into their second style of movement. So with aero dance, they've got 32 counts of a different style of movement, which creates the dance component. And we're moving back into the aerobics part of the routine. Very solid routine from that Victorian and South Australian aero dance team. And that's the intro, really just telling exactly what this routine is going to be about. Really fun choreography, really upbeat, shows the dynamic and expressive of what aerobic gymnastics can be. Here we go, moving into the dance component of the routine. Now they can do any style of dance, it doesn't have to be a specific style, so here we see some sort of lyrical contemporary. And back into that high dynamic aerobics. The theatrics is amazing in this routine. Very solid routine from the New South Wales group.
High energy in this step.
Good partnership there, nice and dynamic. playful choreography, really selling that theme of that circus style. Here comes the dance break. And a good transition back into the aerobics components. Group collaboration, a little bit fumble on the ending. And a good ending to wrap it up. Interesting to see what they do in this round. Kicking the routine off with a collaboration. And already you can see so much personality on the floor. Big expressions, big movement, precise and clean. I think when you do have a smaller group, it is important to go big to really show that. Here we go, a bit of a Broadway commercial jazz dance break happening. Some small synchronicity errors in there. Good use of space too. They're really covering that floor. Bit of combination acro, which you're allowed to do in aero dance. Solid finish.
Solid finish indeed, and the girls look happy with themselves. A bit more tumbling in that routine.
I think we can tell exactly what this theme is going to be. A bit of Chicago. Ooh, very dynamic collaboration there. Here comes their second style. Looks like we've got some hip-hop street dance. Nice to see that they're using the use of levels going down onto the floor. Bit of playful musical theatre movement, really bringing back the theme into play. Strong finish on that pose. Very playful start to open it up. Very strong double L support. Very good switch dynamic. Definitely hit that 160-degree minimum that they need. Oh, very clean illusion. Finish that off nice and tight. Good use of aerobic movement patterns. It's very important that they use every corner of the floor. So we want to see them touching every zone, every corner. Otherwise, there will be an artistic deduction. That was a very playful and fun start. Good execution in her aerobic movement patterns. Bit of a fumble in the illusion, small error on the landing. Very fun and creative movement in the block, which is a requirement of the artistry component of the routine. Good amplitude on that butterfly. Combination of skills, which is what we'll start to see as well, getting that 0.1 bonus. Finishing off with a little bit of a drama.
And how did Eden do? And we are back here at the Australian Gymnastics Championships for Block 2 of the aerobics competition finals tonight. We'll be moving into the individuals for the juniors and the seniors, and then also the youth trios is all the action that's coming up in the next block. And then this concludes the Gymnastics Australian Championships that has been on the Gold Coast for the last 2 weeks. And riveting stuff. We've seen so many different gym sports. I've been fortunate to commentate all the different gym sports, and it's been so good to see the variety, the ages, the different athletes. We had a 63-year-old trampoline athlete here the other day. He has competed in 50 consecutive national championships throughout his life. So you spoke about the Masters before, but he topped you with that one, 50 consecutive national championships. He said he is retiring, but who knows? He may be here next week as we start our competition in the junior individual with Maya from New South Wales.
Maya qualified in 4th position, so she really has to push if she wants to get onto that podium finish. Very clean lines, really good to see. Very good on the Cossack pull to push up. A little bit of a fumble on the landing, but not too much errors there. Very good on the straddle to push up. Same thing, small fumble on the landing. Very clean aerobic movements, that's what we really want to see. Dynamic, clean, precision lines. Really good height on that scissor leap to split. What's really good to see is that when the music is up, she is really showing that energy and matching that. Really good. Really good to see her come out and just leave everything on the floor. Couple of execution errors, couple of fumbles. Nothing major. Did qualify in 4th position.
And we do have a replay here. You mentioned the push-up. When they do catch, do they have to hit a certain depth without touching the floor?
Yeah, you ideally you want to see that 90-degree angle
In the
of the elbows, yeah.
makes sense.
So see how she caught a little bit high and then lowered herself down?
Again, then you want to catch as close to 90 degrees as possible.
Yeah, without the risk of touching the floor.
Difficult elements there. She's gone through 3 push-ups in that routine.
A couple of hops in that will be an execution deduction on the landing, not closing the feet together. Beautiful presence though. Her facial expressions and the way that she's moving is very fluid. Definitely matches the music. And then the leotard as well. You know, the green, linking that back to Wicked. Good butterfly. The chest could have been a little bit higher, but as I said, nothing major in this routine, just a couple of little small errors. Very close to that corner. Definitely got that zone counted.
Replay from Maya Germain from New South Wales, competing in the junior individual category this evening. As we await her score of 16.00 coming through, bettering her qualification score, or similar to
0.15 lower than her qualification score.
All right, as we move on to Chelsea Johnson from South Australia, our second competitor.
Very dynamic to start. Definitely can see that style of movement coming through. Helicopter, very strong. Very playful choreography. Leading leg on that scissor was a little bit low. We want to see it on that 45-degree angle. Bit of a dip of that leg. I think it will still count, but there will be execution deductions on it. Really good use of the music there. This is where the styling and the music come together. Really what we want to see in the artistry components. Here's her block here. Not a lot of travel in the block, which might factor into her space and formation component of the artistry score. Good use of the music accents towards the end of that routine. Just not sure if she hit all 4 corners, all 4 zones. So artistry score might be reduced a little bit because of it.
So as a former judge, Amy, not hitting each score, each corner, what deduction do you get for that?
So it would be a 0.5 deduction from the artistry.
Big deduction. That's something you got to dial in training because you don't want to miss a corner.
It's been a big focus, this code of points. It's only new to this code of points. Yeah. So athletes aren't, they're used to traveling the floor, but really making sure they hit all 4 corners is really, really, really important. The artistry deductions are actually new this code.
Lots of changes this time around.
Lots of changes towards artistry and how they want the performance judged.
So you mentioned athletes will keep a routine for 1 or 2 years. Everyone needs new routines this year with all the different code of points, so choreographers and coaches are going to be busy putting all these routines together in a short amount of time. It is July, but a lot of these athletes have competed at state championships to qualify here, some at regional championships before that to qualify to the state championships. So not a lot of time to get these routines put together, and the FIG does announce the code of points quite late. It's really finalised at the start of the year.
What was really special this round, though, is that we did get a look in on the draft. So they did send out a draft copy to each country to sort of observe and give feedback. So we had an idea of where they were going to take the code, but nothing was really confirmed. But we did luckily have a judge participate in the intercontinental course and brought a lot of that information back to Australia. So that was a really, really big influence on how we then looked at choreographing our routines for this year.
Understandable, as we do wait for the judge for Chelsea, the score for Chelsea. Chelsea qualified in 5th position.
Here we have Mina. She qualified in 1st position. She also represented Australia earlier this year at the Suzuki World Cup. Butterfly full twist. Not something you really see in the junior division. And another skill you don't really see these days is the straddle to L support, changing the shape between the support turn. High V support, half twist to push up. Beautiful use of music. That change of style when the music changed was really creative. Great combination, the round off to the half straddle to push up. Bit of a save on the landing though. High dynamic AMPs, the aerobic movement patterns, is exactly what this sport is known for, and Mina does it really well. Great expression, great use of energy. Scissor to split to finish it off. Creative floor work. A very, very good routine.
And Mina did qualify in 1st coming into this round. And we do have the score from Chelsea Johnson, the previous athlete, of 16.050, which puts her in the 1st place position after 2 athletes. And then we'll see a replay of Mina right here.
And surprisingly, Chelsea also scored 16.050 in qualifications as well. Here we go. See the change from the straddle to the L shape throughout the support turn.
So difficult to do.
Double illusion. No execution on that landing. Closed together nice and tight. And you can see she is traveling around this floor. She's using all of the zones. Beautiful expression. Great performance. You can just tell that she just absolutely loves it. That's where she saved her. I thought she was going to go over a little bit, but she had the control to bring it back into the center line. High quality aerobic movement patterns here. So she's got really fast and clean, precise lines. Great performance. Helicopter to the Wenson landing. Quite a tricky skill to do because it is a high risk. Not getting that leg all the way up onto that shoulder, you will receive an execution deduction. So you really need to have that dynamic range of motion.
She performed that nicely, and she does have one of the highest difficulties out of all the athletes in this division. And you can definitely see that on show here tonight as we wait for her score to come through. Tell me, how puffed are you at the end of one of these routines?
Pretty puffed.
Pretty puffed.
Pretty puffed.
Non-stop action for 1:20.
Yeah, and it depends on how complex you go as well, but the adrenaline that you have when you're going through that routine is kind of like, oh, we've got 10 seconds, let's just push, 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 push. We can go have a lie down when we can get out the back, but until we get out of the audience view, we are fit, we are strong. It's actually amazing, like I was floor marshalling the other days of these championships, and some of them would just walk out like it was easy peasy.
No,
Absolutely nothing.
not puffed at all. I'm like puffed watching a routine like that. It just doesn't stop from start to finish. So,
Well, you know, we can get you trained up ready for a Masters routine. National Clubs Carnival is coming up.
I mean, 3 months, I can definitely, I can get that straddle jump to 40. You said 160 is requirement. I'll probably hit 40 degrees, which won't hit the requirement, but that's fine. It's all about effort at the Masters division. And we're moving to Annalise Jenkins from Queensland, our 4th competitor in the junior individual.
Coming in ranked 6th position from qualifications. Maybe a little bit short in that scissor leap with the range of the split shape. Picking it up into the aerobic movement patterns. Good use of the accents of the music, definitely hitting them. Beautiful shape on the straddle jump to push up. And a very strong high V to push up. A little bit high on the landing, but just a small error in execution. Slight delay of the hands of the split landing. You want to see them one either, not 2 on one side landing in the split position. Pushing through the block, 3 8 counts of aerobic movement patterns consecutively. Oh, and we've got a fall. Once again on that double illusion.
Unfortunate there for Annalise. And the double illusion has caught a few athletes out tonight.
It even took out the senior international individual champion from last year. So she fell on the double illusion in the qualifying round and missed a chance in the finals tonight. She performed early in the repechage earlier today. So it seems to be that double illusion.
And we spoke about how puffed athletes can be, or how taxing and demanding it is on the body. A double illusion for most of these athletes, fresh, they'll be able to do every day. But a minute into a routine, you're competing at that pace, it just takes it out of you, and just one little slip up and you can lose a routine like that, unfortunately.
The construction of the routine is also very important. You've got to be very selective on where you place your skills in the routine. So if you are someone who, who does struggle with fatigue in those sort of more balanced, flexible skills, you put them at the start of the routine where you have, a better chance of nailing them and getting them, paid.
As we do see a replay here from Annalise Jenkins.
But you know what? It's her first year in international. She placed 2nd in level 9 at last year's Australian Championships. So it is her first time in international. She did a pretty good job. Just that fall definitely will take her out of being a contender for the podium. Here comes the illusion coming up just after the block. We'll see what happened. Oh, it just looked like her weight was just a little bit too far behind her. So it just threw her off. So not only did she fall, she won't get the value, but she also went outside of the floor so that she will receive a line fault, a chair deduction as well for that one.
Unfortunately, not what we want to see here tonight. We do have the score from Mina, 18.1. Same as a qualifying score, but that has rocketed up to first place. Almost 2 points ahead of Chelsea, who's currently sitting in second place. Apologies there. So Mina at 18.1, and that is the score to beat. Unfortunately, Annalise.
And I would say it's definitely from her artistry. 8.45 in artistry. That's a very good artistry score. Almost a whole mark above the others.
Fantastic. And there we are on screen checking the score. And hi, Mum. We are here live from the Gold Coast, but the action does continue with Macy Sparks from Queensland taking to the floor.
Macy qualifying in 3rd position. She just has to really nail and stick all of her skills if she wants to stay on that podium. A little bit of personality coming through. Very nice. Full split to split. Definitely hitting that 180-degree range. Not too sure about that skill. Definitely some minor execution deductions. Oh, double front horizontal turn. A bit of a hop in there. I'm not too sure if it was big enough to not have the value of the skill though. And a single illusion, nice and clean. Really nice personality. It's a pretty good routine from Macy. We did see some execution faults around the front horizontal turn and a couple of the skills, so that might bring her execution score down a little bit, but nothing major.
That's what we like to see.
Nice landing, definitely hit the 90-degree on the elbows, which is what we want to see, and it was really strong. Beautiful. That was a very, very nice dynamic split shape. Bit of fun choreography. This is where I think she's going to get most of her executions on that one skill, that scissor leap. Not too sure if she hit the 160 degrees that she needs, plus she also had a bit of a minor deduction on the back leg, being a little bit bent and not landing with her feet together.
You see it like a real judge, blink and you miss it. That's why we do have you here, giving us all the insights into the aerobics gymnastics competition. Helicopter.
Helicopter, yeah.
There you go, learnt one skill.
Probably one of the most popular skills because it's the, as I said at the start, we need to tick off one from each family, and the explosive push-up family is probably one of the hardest because it takes a lot of, upper body strength, and the helicopter is a very popular skill. You'll probably see it in every routine.
All right, as you see the replay there, we are awaiting the scores from Annalise Jenkins, who scored a 14.45 in the previous routine, putting her in the 4th place, and then Macy Sparks' routine is being deliberated over by the judges, who are doing their best to get these scores out as fast as possible. Now leaving our next competitor, Hannah Pulbrook, waiting.
I think the judges will be doing too good of a job, as in they're going quite fast, and we're definitely ahead of schedule. We did see the green flag go up, but it looks like we might be waiting just to make sure that the athletes backstage are getting sufficient amount of time to ensure that they're warmed up for their performance.
That's right, we don't want the competition to go too fast because then the athletes won't be ready when it is their time to come to the competition floor. So we are on a tight schedule. Each athlete has a time that they are working towards for that green flag to go up. But we do have Hannah Pulbrook taking to the competition floor from New South Wales.
And what's really cool to see is that we did see her sister Hayley earlier in the youth division. Beautiful combination. And great song choice. You can see that she's probably nursing a little bit of an injury on a leg, so we might see some downgraded skills because of it, but it's definitely not holding her back in her performance quality. Oh, a bit of a execution on the double illusion once again. She will receive about probably 0.3 to 0.5 on that. Butterfly legs were a little bit low, but still good enough for the value. She's definitely having a lot of fun out there. Her energy's nice and high. So the routine for Hannah, bit of execution across the board in the aerobic movement patterns. You know, we want to see knees lifted up above the waistline. We want to see your kicks, you know, above your hips and pointed toes.
And once again, struggling with the illusion. The double illusion there, falling out of the second illusion. Taking quite a big, not falling, sorry, taking quite a big
fall,
step.
But she did take a big enough step that she probably would be a major execution fault on. But I must say the music choices have been pretty good so far.
This music had singing in it.
Yes.
A lot of the routines didn't have singing. Is there a requirement either way, or it's just completely up to the athletes if there's singing in the music or not?
Yeah, completely up to the athletes on what they want. Some athletes might want more musical, instrumental. So others really want to link the movement back to the lyrics. So it's completely up to them.
All in the artistry, and they get to decide what they want to do to really express themselves on the competition floor. And we are sticking to a schedule. We do have Indiana Island coming up next, who qualified quite well in this event, I believe.
Yeah, she did come in, qualified in 8th position.
Apologies, she qualified in 8th position, but we hope that she bests that today. Looks like her execution was a 4.95, so she can definitely improve on that one. And there are the judges singing along, getting into the atmosphere here tonight. They have finished the score for the previous athlete, as you mentioned, but they are on a time schedule, so we do have to wait until the right time for each athlete to take to the competition floor. They are backstage in the warm-up hall getting ready and working towards the time that they need to be on the competition floor, so we can't be late or we can't be early. So there's a tight schedule that the athletes and the judges are working towards. So have you been, is this a coaching role for you here, or has this been a judging role for you, this Australian Championships?
I am here actually as a volunteer.
As a volunteer?
So I took a break from judging this year. I got married early in the year, so I didn't attend the FIG course because it was just a lot going on in January. Planning a wedding, all of that. So taking a break from judging this year. I'll probably look at doing the online FIG course to gain my international qualifications at the end of the year, but this year I thought I want to be a volunteer. So I've been floor marshalling for Gymnastics Australia, and it's been a whole different experience.
Fantastic. And commentating and helping me out tonight, and our viewers, we do have India Island from Victoria.
Once again, we're seeing the upbeat, really energetic music, and the movement is matching it nicely. Bit of a fumble delay in that push-up landing. Moving around the floor nicely. Knees were a little bit low, small error on the execution. Split definitely didn't hit that 160 technical requirement, so I don't believe she's going to get that value added to the routine. Not a bad run. Yeah, not a bad run for Indiana. I would have liked to see her aerobic movements with a little bit more precision so we could really capture the shapes that she's trying to create with her leg lines.
And we do have a replay here, but the previous score from Hannah Holbrook has put it into 5th place, 14.6. Currently leading is Mina, then Chelsea, and then Maya.
Yeah, watching the replay there, you can definitely see the struggle landing in that push-up, almost like she was about to lose control, but she did save it. Really fast arm lines, which is quite complex to pull off. She did it pretty good there. Knees, that's where I was saying the knees were a little bit low in that tuck jump. We want to see in that tuck jump the knees going above your hip height, so that parallel to the floor. This is this combination here. Yeah, that split definitely didn't hit the 160 degrees, so she won't receive the value for that skill. Hits the corner, ticked off that zone. I believe this is her first year in International Junior as well. So we're seeing a lot of new athletes coming up through. So it's quite interesting, quite good to see the progression of these athletes over the last few years.
Nice stuff. And we have one more competitor left in this division, and then we will have the final scores coming through. We do have Mina, who's at an 18.1, absolutely massive score, the highest score I think we've seen of all the categories this evening.
That's correct, yeah. And Angelina, she came in second with a score of 17.9, so she wasn't too far behind Mina. Angelina as well represented Australia at the Suzuki World Cup earlier this year.
So two world-class athletes in this division on the competition floor. Mina's done a job. She's out the back, like you said, resting, recovering from that routine. And she has Angelina coming up next, who was the closest qualifier to her. And she takes the competition floor here. Let's see if she can take away this gold from Mina.
Oh, nice scissor. Pipe full to split, legs a little bit low, but I think it hits the parallel minimum requirement. Beautiful personality, very expressive. Nice, round off into the half double jump to push up, receiving the 0.1 combination bonus. Unique variations of acro elements to add a little bit of complexity and creativity. Beautiful landing on that split. Beautiful, double illusion, that's how we do it. Really matching the music, she's matching the music's level, building the energy as the music grows. Switch half to split. Pretty good on that routine. Difficulty is a little bit lower than Mina's, so it'll be interesting to see how that compares.
All right, Amy, you are a judge. What are you going to call? Mina, Angelina, who's got the gold?
I think I'm gonna have to go with Mina.
All right, well, time will tell. The judges are working over Angelina's score, and then we will know shortly who takes home the Australian Championships gold medal, which is an absolute honour. So many years and hours of training go into being prepared for an event like this from the athletes, and as we mentioned earlier, from the families, all the mums and dads. Thank you for all the effort that you put in as well to make sure these athletes are ready for competition day. And we are hopefully going to see a score shortly to see who's taken out the junior international competition.
One thing Angelina does really well, it just shows a lot of personality on the floor. Not just in her facial expressions, but also the way that she holds her upper body within the creative arm lines. Bit of a bounce in the split landing, small error, nothing major. Coach was definitely happy after that routine. Looks like we have a bit of a deliberation on the panel.
Judges working on getting that score together for us. The last competitor in the individual junior competition, and then we move on to our youth trios. There are 6 teams in that division coming up. And then we finish off with the senior individual, the highlight of the evening. Senior individual athletes taken to the competition floor a little bit later on as we get this score together.
Yeah, what we really want to see in these youth trios coming up is their partnership and collaboration. So how they interact with each other on the floor, which is quite different to an individual athlete. You don't really want it to be 3 individual people going about the floor. You want them to be cohesive. You want them to be unique and together. That's what we want to see, that playfulness, that partnership, that collaboration.
You spoke about the blocks earlier. That's when they're really trying to stay arm's distance apart from each other.
Yes.
And move around that competition floor. Super important.
Yes, in those blocks, we definitely want to see the 7 basic aerobic movement steps, which pretty much is the foundation of aerobics. You know, we have the jog, the skip, the knee, the jack, the lunge, the kick. I think there's one more.
Well,
the march.
You're looking at the wrong person if you're looking for an answer.
The march. The one that's the hardest one to do because it's pretty much just like marching. But that's the fundamentals, the foundation of aerobic gymnastics. And that's what we want to see in the block. We want to see those steps. We want to see, you know, old school aerobics, kind of like, you know, you've seen those 80s videos going around on Instagram and social media. That's the kind of energy we want to see in those blocks. Those very high, dynamic, clean, sharp aerobic steps.
We still are waiting for this score to come through. Let me refresh our screen here.
Looks like the crowd's getting into it a little bit.
Still no score coming through. That's right, it will be with us shortly. And then we have our youth trios coming up next. Some of these athletes competing in the individual event earlier tonight and making their way into the trio event, which is great to see.
Yeah, in this first trio we have Elise and Tamsin that competed in the youth individuals earlier on. And now they're coming back out for round 2 in the trio from Sydney, New South Wales. Maybe after this we can see a demonstration of your Masters routine for National Clubs Carnival.
In the aerobics event?
Yes.
Yes, just everything I learnt tonight, just put it into 1 minute 20 on the competition floor. Ah, geez, I don't think you'll be seeing much. Get a bit of march. So I can do a push-up.
Yes.
Can land in a good 90-degree push-up.
What about illusions?
Negative. No. If there's a height requirement for illusion, I am not getting that leg high enough. But live on screen now, we have the youth trio, Tasman, Elise and Anna from New South Wales, kicking off the youth trio division this evening.
Kicking it off with a playful collaboration. Oh, that's going to be a no skill, hopping in that turn, and potentially a line fault as well. I believe this is their block that they're going into, a little bit far apart. They've really got to bring it in together so they're nice and close. Helicopter. Small synchronization error. Single illusion. Nice and clean finish. Pretty good. I think the execution might be coming down a bit just from that double pivot. There was a hop, quite of a large step exit, and a potential line fault as well, crossing over that line in the front corner.
Before we continue on with this replay, we do have the score coming in from Angelina in the junior individual category, 17.95. So very close, 0.15 behind Mina, who takes the gold medal, Angelina taking the silver medal, and Chelsea Johnson taking the bronze medal. Fantastic work for the ladies there. Unofficial results here. We are just going off the live scores, but unofficial results that are coming through to us. Great work. And we do have the replay here from the last trio, Tamsin, Elise.
Here's their block. I think in the next 8 count, in this one here, they're sort of a little bit far apart on the back end of it. And as soon as they're apart for even just a little bit, no block. So they've got to be together for the entire 4 8 counts for it to be paid. Illusion, very clean. Collaboration, showing flexibility, dynamics. And then the ending. Might have missed the replay on the turn, but I do feel like there will be quite a significant execution deduction on that one.
Unfortunate for them tonight, the young Victorians, the young New South Wales team, sorry. Victorians are up next. We have Amy, Molly and Holly.
They also qualified in first position, so it'll be interesting to see how that will play out for the rest of the routines if they can hold on to that first ranking from qualifications.
All right, well, time will tell. I'm excited to see all the action come up here tonight. So you're local to this area of the country?
Yeah, I'm in Brisbane.
You're in Brisbane. You've been enjoying a lot of the gymnastics action down here?
Yes, yeah, most definitely. And also being backstage, we were showing with Rhythmic earlier on today. So it was really good to, experience that gym sport as well.
Amazing. And we are taking a turn towards the Victorian team of Amy, Molly and Holly.
Also known as Ham by their coach. free fall to push up. Got to show that airborne phase before they land in that 90-degree angle. Good use of space then. Travelled quite a bit of the floor. Static L support. A little bit of a fumble, but still not too bad. Good personalities coming through. High energy. Looks like we're in our block at the moment. See how they're nice and close together. Tuck jump full turn. Knees nice and high. Definitely will be paid. That was a very cute ending, showing the different levels.
Very fun. So, Ham, you mentioned.
Ham.
Holly, Amy, Molly from Victoria, completing that trio routine there. Bit of a fun start as well.
Fun start and old school aerobics music. Really good to see that song coming back, doing its rounds. Helicopter, execution on the landing there. What the judges will be doing is they will be looking at one athlete and will be taking the deductions from the major fault in one athlete. And that might swap and change throughout the routine. So it's not a collective execution on all three of them. It will be one athlete who shows the most amount of deductions is who they will be watching.
Interesting. I was wondering how they were watching all five at one time.
Yeah, so they're probably...
Or three in this case, sorry.
Yeah. So it's really up to the coaches to sort of choreograph around it. So if the athletes are chopping and changing and travelling and moving, it's a little bit harder for the judges to be able to hone in and see, you know, what's sort of happening. And it might be a different person for each skill. It's not necessarily the same person, but they will look at the one who shows the biggest execution deduction, and that's the deduction that they will take.
Understandable. Like you said, a nice little finish there as well. As we do wait for that score to come in.
Yeah, they qualified in 5th position. So I wonder if they will be able to fight for that 3rd, depending on how the rest of the trios will perform.
Judges still finalising that score there.
Yeah, what we see there is the 2 difficulty judges. So they are the 2 that judge the elements, the skills that they do, the technical skills. And they have to be on agreement and provide the same score. Where the execution and artistry judges, they put in their score, which is out of 10. And then what happens is out of the 4, the highest and the lowest score will drop. And then the middle 2 scores will be averaged. And that's how you get your execution and artistry score. But your difficulty, the 2 judges have to have the exact same score. If they don't agree, then the head judge, the chair judge, will step in and they will discuss.
And it can sometimes be those grey areas, like you mentioned, a 190-degree leap. One judge will see it 190, one judge will see it 140 and go, yes, it's counted. The other says no. And then there needs to be some deliberation there. They don't have replays like we do here. So it is up to the head judge to be keeping an eye on the whole routine to step in.
And as well as in the trios and groups, because like one judge could be watching one and one judge could be watching the other. So it's all about who you're watching in the routine. Back in a couple of codes ago in the groups, they used to be able to perform different skills at the same time. Now you have to do the exact same skill at the exact same time. But in the past, it was like they could do a canon of skills. And it would really, really confuse the judges going, what did we just see? So then you have, but they made it easier on the judges, thankfully. Not so much on the athletes, but same skills, same time to get the skill paid.
Understandable. Next on screen from South Australia, we have Maya, Cleo, and Annabelle.
Qualifying in 3rd position from the first round. So we want to see a clear opening before they get into their first skill or general content transition. They're interacting with each other quite well. They're acknowledging everyone else on the floor. The heel dropped in one of those turns, and if it was more earlier than the 3/4 mark, that won't be paid. Good tuck jump full turn. Range on that split might be a little bit off. Good artistry moment, good personality. Looks like we have our block here. They're slightly far apart. They're together now. They're just going to keep it together. Well done.
Well done indeed from the young South Australian trio. Making a long trip up to sunny Gold Coast. As we do see the replay here of their routine.
So what we want to see, we want to see a full opening. We don't want to start straight off into a skill because we really want them to set the scene. We want them to tell a story. Go, this is what we're doing. This is what we're here for.
You mentioned from the judge's point of view when they are completing the same element at once, you'll be looking at one athlete versus the other, so it is quite tricky. We do see a turn coming up
so
here.
Here on the turn, we see a heel drop, which means that they probably won't get the value, but if one of the difficulty judges was looking at one of the other athletes, they might pay it, but it depends if they saw it. But the chair judge might step in and say, hey,
did you see this?
Did you? Yeah. That's an impossible score because of X, Y, Z.
Understandable. Plenty of judges on the panel there to make it as fair as possible.
Yes, and each state has to supply a judge depending on how many entries that they put in. I think Queensland's got about 4 judges on there. New South Wales got about 4. So it's really good to see, a judge from each state up on that panel.
We are waiting for this score to come in. It's halfway through our junior trio competition this evening, or the final, as we should say. They are vying for gold here tonight. And after this one, this rotation, we'll give you an update of the scores. And the live action continues with Eden, Sienna, and Angeline from New South Wales.
Starting the first skill with a split to split. Very playful music choice. Going into the butterfly, some small execution errors. Chest was a little bit low, legs were a little bit bent. Flexibility skill, the pancake. Looks like we're going into the block. hopefully they can see together. I think that was pretty good. Solid routine. Probably could have used the space a little bit more. Different formations, showing a different variety of formations to add a little bit of complexity. But pretty good routine for the youth trio.
So we do have a replay here.
I'm interested to see if there was an attempt of a helicopter here. Yeah, I think that one won't be paid just because it didn't show the amplitude from the back into the push-up position, and probably will receive quite a high execution deduction. So it might bring the execution score down quite significantly.
And we'll leave that up to the judges to decide and give us a score here. That looked like fun. So there's obviously a line between difficulty in aerobic skills versus dance and artistry. So some of these elements are skills as such that contribute to the difficulty, and some are more dance element and the artistry, and like I said, a bit of fun there.
Yeah, so the artistry is broken down into 5 categories, what the artistry judges look like. The first one is like music and musicality, so like the interpretation of the music, the styling, how they use the highs and lows of the music. Then, you know, your general content, which looks at your space, your formations, the fluidity of the movements, you know, not pausing. You got your aerobic content, which is looking at your aerobic movement patterns, you know, the foundation of the aerobics, making sure, are they creative? Do they have orientation? Are they complex? You know, we've also got our artistic performance and our artistic routine are the other 2 categories of artistry, which pretty much looks at the construction, the uniqueness of the performance. What we want to have is a memorable performance. Like, you want the judges to have a lasting impact of your routine, and that's the sort of art storytelling side of artistry that, you know, really pulls it together.
Amazing. And we move on to the next trio, Francesca, Estelle and Aubrey from New South Wales.
Synchronized error on the tucked up full turn, but the skill was performed very well. That was a nice partnership. It's really good to see that they're using each other to enhance their performance. Here's their block. A little bit far apart. Really good personalities coming through. Helicopter. Nice from the youth trio from New South Wales. They qualified in 4th position, and I'm pretty sure that was a step up and improvement from their qualifying round.
Fun music there as well. So we do have an update on the scores that we'll bring up here. Update on scores at the moment. We have Tasman, Elise and Anna in 1st place in 15.3. Currently leading with 2 more scores to come. Maya, Cleo and Annabelle in 2nd place, 14.8. And in 3rd place, Eden, Sienna and Angeline. Seeing the replay here.
Definitely a lot of personality coming through. They definitely look like they're having fun, and I really like how they're interacting with each other. Big smiles. Here we have the block. I'm not too sure if this will get paid, but We'll wait and see if they receive the artistic deduction, if their artistry score's a little bit lower. Landed with a little bit of straight arms, so they execution deductions might take like a minor deduction for that landing. But that doesn't stop their performance at all. There's smiles all round. And I must say, a very beautiful leotard.
We have one more routine in this division left. Apologies, that was the last for the youth trio. We have one junior trio routine coming up, and then we move into the high-flying action of the senior individual competition to round out tonight's event, as well as round out the event for the whole 2 weeks of the Australian Gymnastics Championships, which does finish up tonight. Plenty of volunteers, plenty of Gymnastics Australia staff, state staff members who make this event possible, setting up the venue, making sure that everything's ready to go. So a big shout out to all of the volunteers and the staff who make this event possible. And we thank you for putting this on for the athletes. We do move into the junior trio, the one team that we have tonight from New South Wales.
Oh, very nice collaboration. Good synchronicity on that scissor leap. Double illusion, bit of a hop, still payable. Very good. Guys working really well together. Half split to split, beautiful range. Here comes the helicopter. Good landing. Another collaboration, very well done. Horizontal turn, execution on the step out on the landing, nothing minor. Here comes the block. Really showcasing strong aerobic movements. Good variety of the 7 basic steps that we have. Very well done. And in that routine we have Mina, who is unofficially took out the individual junior, as well as Stamatia, who finished in first place in the level 10 individual earlier on.
Fantastic. And I'm going to ask a silly question here, a novice question.
Go for it.
Rules the same for the junior trios and the youth trios?
Correct.
And the senior trios? Rules are all exactly the same?
Rules are the same.
Have the same values?
The only thing that's different is that the youth trios are restricted on what elements they can choose from. The junior trios, they open up a little bit more of an element pool, and then the senior trios pretty much have free range of all the elements.
And that's understandable. Some of those more challenging elements, you don't want to see the youth athletes trying to perform too early before they are ready to perform those movements. So
that's exactly right.
Totally understandable, and obviously priority is to keep athletes safe, and the rules of the code of points, as we call them, are designed with safety in mind, first and foremost of the athletes. But we have finished our competition here this evening for the junior trio. Only one team, and the youth trio. Let's have a look at the scores there and see who is unofficially top of the rankings for that one. It looks like it's Tasman, Elise and Anna who have taken out the top spot with a 15.1. 15.1 for the young New South Wales team, winning the gold medal. Fantastic for them, taking home a bit of, I'd like to say silverware, but goldware for their trip up to beautiful Queensland. And we are fortunate to hold this event on the Gold Coast. Good fun for all the families making a trip up here. It is a big effort for them and a lot of dedication from the parents and families back home. to make sure the athletes can get to the competition floor. But at least it's not in Melbourne in the middle of winter. No offence, Melbourne or Victoria, if you're any viewers out there. But it's T-shirt weather up here in Brisbane at the moment. And I don't mean to show off. We're here in the Gold Coast. I don't mean to show off to the Victorian friends. But I do enjoy living in Queensland. And it's good that the event can come up here. We do have the multi-sport event coming up in September, the national clubs, where plenty of athletes that are competing here tonight will probably be attending as well as the junior athletes. A lot more younger athletes do participate at the national club championships across all of the gym sports that we have in Australia. It's almost a 3-week event, so a big festival of sport in the school holidays as well, and the families do make a bit of a holiday out of it on the Gold Coast.
Yeah, definitely. And what's really, really exciting, and something that really cool I think aerobics does, is that they allow the athletes that are transitioning into the next age group. So if they're 17 and they're turning 18 next year, they allow them to compete in the senior individual, the 18 plus, in the National Clubs Carnival to prepare them because the senior aerobics season is quite early in the new year. So it just allows them that opportunity to progress and to compete and get qualified on the national team for Australia so that they have the eligibility to represent Australia.
That makes sense. And you speak about the skills that do open up when they hit the senior division, so that means that gives them opportunity to compete that a little bit earlier before they do take it to the international arena. And we do have a bit of a pause here at the moment, a bit of a break while we wait for the senior individual athletes. We do have 8 athletes on the roster here tonight. And who took out the top spot in qualification?
So, top spot was Roshi from Victoria. She will be competing in the final spot of tonight's event. We saw quite a few skill errors in the qualifying round, which really threw off, as I mentioned before, our 2024 Australian champion missed out on finals because she did have a fall in her routine, and that just shows you how close that this competition can be. I really think it's anyone's game in this finals. It really depends on what they bring out on the floor. The scores were quite close together. What they really need to do is just be clean with their skills, make sure they're hitting the technical requirements, making sure that they're showing the intensity and precision in their movements, and then also that performance quality. Showing that story, having that style of movement, really leaving a memorable performance on the floor.
That's what we hope to see tonight.
Not too much to ask.
Not too much to ask. A whole lot of everything going on. Who's your top pick?
Being a Queenslander, I am pretty impartial to Miss Brianna from Queensland. Represent. But I probably, honestly, what's really exciting is that they're all so different. You're going to see such a different style to what we saw in our youth and junior. With our seniors, they are a little bit more mature in how they express and how they movement, so we will see a little bit more emotion and expression come through. So there's so many different styles. Alderney, she's just come over from New Zealand, so she's actually relocated to Australia, so this is her first time representing, Victoria and Australia rather than being here from New Zealand. Amelia O'Neill, she competed in the Junior Worlds last year, so this is her first year in the senior division, so she's got, a little bit of proof moving up into that level.
Do we have the reigning national champion from last year here tonight?
Oh, she missed out on finals. She had a fall in her double illusion earlier. She did compete in the repechage earlier in that last session. I'll just double check what score. I believe it was in the 17, so she did improve quite significantly from the qualifications into the repechage, which is just another opportunity for those athletes who missed out on the finals to gain the national squad score so that they are still eligible to remain on that national team. I'll just bring it up here. So in the repechage, she did score a 17.65, which is higher than what Roshi scored in her qualification. So it just goes to show
how tough this sport is. You do only get one chance, and you are speaking of Olivia Fever there, who scored a 17.65, and unfortunately there is no double faults. There's no second chances in this sport. It's one shot and everything on the floor that counts. So the athletes do have to make sure they put their best foot forward. And that's the beauty and the challenge of this sport, and that's why there are so many nerves in this sport. You get no second chances, so you have to put it all out there. And talking about putting it all out there, we have Madeline Williams, who is taken to the competition floor. She's representing South Australia. All the best to Madeline.
Pass split to push up straight into the A-frame combination and then straight into that double illusion. Range was a little bit short, so it'll be interesting to see if that skill does get paid. Bit of a pause in the connection, might score down a little bit in artistry, but we're picking it back up now. Good height on the catch, good connection and linking out of that skill into an artistry moment. Butterfly, very nicely done. And finishing off with a little bit of floor work. Pretty good, pretty good. A little bit low on difficulty, but still had a very nice presence on the floor. She did qualify in 7th position, so she will have to wait and see what that can do, see if she has an improvement from that qualifying round.
And we did say gymnastics is a sport of one chance, so it's anyone's game, and the best thing you can do is put your best foot forward and then let the competition play out around you. And we have seen in some extraordinary competitions, whether in this gym sport or in other gym sports, where the favourites don't take it home, and we have seen Olivia miss out on the finals tonight, who was the national championship champion from last year. So it is anyone's game. So she will be relieved that she got through that routine, Madeline Williams from South Australia. And now she is hitting the warm-up gym, watching the scores come in from the other athletes.
Yes, that was a really nice moment in artistry. She hit that very dramatically and emotionally. Slightly missing the aerobic rebound, but nothing major. Beautiful butterfly. We'll receive the 0.4 value for that skill, 0.5.
And only the top 8 making it to finals.
Yes, only the top 8. We did have 4 didn't quite make the finals. They competed earlier in the repechage earlier this morning. This is Alderney coming up. She has relocated from New Zealand.
Wise choice.
She competed earlier with her sister in the level 9-10 multiples earlier today as well. Nice scissor leap into the back handspring. It's such a different style of movement. So beautiful. Really showcasing the versatility of this sport. Really good expression of the upper body and facial expressions as well. really leaning into the style that this music influences. Helicopter push-up. Split jump full turn, hit the 160 technical requirement. Bit of a hop, so it'll be interesting to see if that one does get paid. You can really see that the music is influencing her movement choices. Very beautiful finish.
Nice routine all round for Aldeny from Victoria, the former New Zealand athlete, moving over to Victoria, and competing here at the Australian Gymnastics Championships.
So you can see like how many different directions aerobic gymnastics can take. You know, you can go upbeat and fun, and then you can do something so beautiful and expressive like this as well. The judges really want to hear the melody of the music too, so that was a very smart choice in music. It wasn't as dynamic as some other routines, but she was still able to use the music and let that influence the choice, you know, the choices that she made when choreographing this routine.
And when it does come to choreography, there's professional choreographers travel around the country,
Yep.
putting routines together for aerobics. It's the same with artistic gymnastics, rhythmic. And who do they like to work with? Do they have a choice? Do they work with everyone, or do they have their favourites? Surely there's like, I've got this perfect song here that would suit this athlete.
There is a few. I myself do some choreography, so I do a little bit of the New South Wales, Queensland. Anyone who sort of wants to do that little bit more expressive, lyrical is usually my jam. But you see a lot of Antonio from, I believe it's Bulgaria, I'm not 100% sure, but because Australia has really connected internationally with a lot of other countries, we're starting to really build those relationships, and we're starting to see more international choreographers come on scene.
And here we have Mackenzie Menev from New South Wales.
Mackenzie's strong suit is her performance quality. She is very expressive, and look at that, a triple illusion. Beautifully done.
Crowd like that.
She did qualify in second position. Has her own style of movement, very upbeat, very expressive. Beautiful, helicopter full to split landing. Air turn into the full split to split combination with the 0.1 bonus. Just doesn't stop moving. That's what we want to see, nice and fluid. Switch half to split. Going into the butterfly. Still performing right to the end. Very well done.
Fantastic routine there, and the crowd love that. A bit of Elvis Presley. She's limping off the competition floor,
So
unfortunate to see.
she actually injured her foot in podium training a couple of days ago, and has been competing the last couple of days with an injured toe.
Pushing through, did not see that at all on the competition floor.
You did not see that the past few days when she's been on the competition floor a few times for a couple of different routines. Powered through. It happened in podium training on Tuesday morning.
That's not what you want on the week of competition, but you did say she powered through, and that routine looked like...
Couldn't tell.
Couldn't tell until she walked off the competition floor, so hopefully Mackenzie is all right and recovers well. And she is the third athlete to take the competition floor tonight. We have 5 more senior international, senior individual athletes. Senior international, senior individual?
Senior international individual women.
Senior international individual women
Yes.
event. We have 5 more athletes.
Yes. So Mackenzie qualified in the 2nd position. She also represented Australia at Suzuki World Cup earlier this year as well.
Amazing, good to see that Australians are competing on the international stage.
Here we are. Have a look at this opening, really setting the scene.
And here we go for the triple illusion.
Triple illusion. 1, 2, 3, clean. Very well done.
Amazing, nailed that.
I believe Mackenzie has a dance background, which is really showing in her performance tonight.
Now we move on to Sophie King from South Australia.
Setting the scene. Straddle jump forward to push up. A little bit short on the straddle shape. Good job. Cossack forward to push up and a very solid high V support to push up. Really showing the intensity of the music. Bit of a Hunger Games reference. We really want to see the movement match the music. Round off into the half split to push up. A little bit low on the amplitude, but I think the connection bonus will be paid. Helicopter into the push up. Going for the illusion, single illusion, keeping it clean. Pretty solid effort for Sophie. Qualifying, in 6th position.
Nice work from Sophie King there. Hunger Games theme, you said?
Hunger Games, yeah. Hunger Games. Got the little golden wings on the back of the leotard.
And the Australian flag as well on the sleeve.
Yeah, so she represented Australia at Suzuki World Cup. So you're only allowed to have the Australian flag if you represented Australia in that year.
Nice little touch. Suzuki in Japan.
Japan, yeah, April.
That would have been a fantastic trip. How do you get onto one of those trips as a judge? I'm sure all the judges are vying for those spots on those trips.
Yeah, so pretty much go through the education courses, become a beginner, intermediate, advanced skills judge, go and do your international course, nominate, get selected, you're on a plane.
Get selected as well. Jeez,
Yes.
It's almost as tough as being selected as an athlete.
Yes.
Here we do have the replay.
Round off this half split to push up. A little bit low on the amplitude jump, but I think it's fine. Double L support turn, very clean. Helicopter a little bit high on the landing, so we might see an execution fault taken from the execution score. Last year, Sophie placed 4th overall at the Australian Championships, I believe.
Just outside of the medals. Let's see if she can go one better tonight. And we will have a look at these scores shortly.
Up next is Amelia O'Neill. It's her first year in the senior international division. She moved up from junior individuals last year. She also represented Australia at the Junior World Championships last year.
Now taking to the floor from New South Wales, Amelia O'Neill.
Good opening. L support double turn. Little bit of a flexion of the knees. Going straight into some dynamic aerobic movement patterns. Scissor leap, nice and high. Hike full to push up, solid landing. Double illusion. Beautiful facial expressions. Yeah, very nice. Half shuttle jump to push up. Round off going for the combination bonus. Creative floor work, really selling the style of the routine. Very good, very good. First year in senior individual for this year. It's a hard transition jumping from junior to senior. She did very well with that.
Coach happy as well. Good to see. And after the first 3 scores that have been posted, we have Mackenzie Manev from New South Wales, Sophie King from South Australia in 2nd place, and Madeline Williams in 3rd place. Mackenzie with a 17.6 leading the competition so far.
Yeah, that's a big jump from her qualification round where she was 17.05. So good to see that she had that improvement. I definitely think her artistry is going to pull that up. There's Amelia on the replay. She just did not stop smiling throughout that whole routine. That's a lot harder to do than you think. Because not only do you have to smile, but you also have to breathe.
Very important.
That's the skill combination. Nice to see when they are a little bit more creative on the floor. Just adds to the complexity of the routine, showing those different levels. Coach was happy. I think she was happy.
Amazing stuff there. So we do have 3 more athletes to go, including Rosaline from Victoria, who did qualify in 1st place.
Yes.
She's coming up last, so she's got to watch every single athlete compete, control those nerves, make sure she's nice and warm before she takes to the competition floor, and then hopefully put her best foot forward to try clinch that gold tonight.
Up next is Brianna from Queensland, qualified in 8th position. This is her first time in the international divisions, competed in the Australian Levels program last year, and it's actually only her, I believe, 2nd year of aerobics. She has transitioned over from women's artistic gymnastics, which is going to be noticeable in some of her skills that transfer between women's artistic and aerobic gymnastics. Butterfly full twist. Handspring, very well executed. Got a touch.
quality of movement is really nice in this routine. Full split, switch to split landing. Full pike to push up. See her skills are executed quite nicely. Going into the L support, single. Bit of a fumble. Hopefully she can just pull it together towards the last bit of the routine, finish it off strong. What a shame.
A few fumbles in the routine there.
Yeah, she had a fumble in the routine. I think the touch from that earlier skill just threw her off a little bit.
Catching that push up. You called it, I missed it, but
Yeah.
touching your
Touch, but not
body
only
on
did she just touch, she touched 2 body parts, which is going to be a bigger deduction than just touching 1 body part. Butterfly full twist, little bit of a step out there, but still a very impressive.
incredibly difficult to do.
Yes.
Here it is.
Couldn't quite see, but she did look like she touched her thigh and her chest. So it's going to be 2 body parts, so they probably will take the 1.0 deduction, which is the same as a 4. But for her first experience in international and only her 2nd year of aerobic gymnastics, she did pretty good. Very good on the pike, full to push up there. And you can see the artistic tumbling, the quality coming through.
Should have back rolled the hands and
Back roll to
handspring.
handspring, round off. There is restrictions on how many acrobatic elements you can perform. But I mean, if you can do them that well, might as well put them in.
Might as well. A bit of a fumble there as well.
Yes.
Coming up off the floor.
And I think that's one really cool things about aerobics is that you can transition from other gym sports into it. I myself came from rhythmic gymnastics into aerobic gymnastics. My brother, who is actually on the judging panel today, transitioned from men's artistic gymnastics into aerobic gymnastics.
Fantastic. And you just didn't like rhythmic anymore? You just got sick of the apparatus? And
No, I did both.
you did both?
Yeah.
There you go.
I did both. Did both. Really enjoyed rhythmic, but I think I was better suited for aerobics. I was a little bit more dynamic.
As we see the judges panel there. Had a long night as well for them. It's a lot of effort. You know, we're just talking about it. The athletes are doing it, but the judges are going to be spot on.
Yeah. And they've
For
got
the
to
whole night.
mentally be engaged as well. They can't zone off, they can't fall asleep on the panel, they can't do anything.
Definitely no sleeping. Like, you've already had 2 naps throughout this live stream, but you pulled it back together nicely. No one noticed.
Ruby Conti, Victoria, coming in qualifying at 4th position. First year of her international individual as a senior. Beautiful opening. Round off into the half straddle to push up. Not sure if that straddle hit parallel to the floor. Full split, good range. Here she goes, energy picks up as the music picks up. That's what we want to see. Sizzly, beautiful range. Double illusion and she lands it. She's really giving it her all, really letting go with the expression. Full horizontal, nice and clean. Here we see her block. Beautiful. Really, really well done with the expression and feeling in that routine. I really felt her.
And fantastic choice of music from Ruby Conti. From Victoria, our second last competitor tonight. And on the leaderboard, we still have Mackenzie Minerva in first place, Amelia O'Neill in second place, and Sophie King in third place with 2 more scores to come up. And unfortunately, Brianna, our previous athlete, in 6th position after a few of those fumbles, but first time in the competition at the senior level. So hopefully we see her back in the competition floor next year, bigger and better than ever.
And it was really good to see that Ruby landed that double illusion. She fell on that in the trio earlier on today. So coming out to show, you know what, judges, I can do this skill. Here it is.
And she absolutely nailed it, which is great to see. Choice of music is so important. I was so engaged with that because of the music and knowing the song. It's got a lot of emotion to it. And yeah, it makes such a big difference. And I guess the judges are feeling the same and thinking the same as well.
That's what you want to do. You want to make the judges feel something. Whether it's excitement, happy, that you want to, in this kind of style of routine, you want the judges to reach out and be like, I'm here for you.
Yeah.
But it was really, this is such a different style for Ruby too. Usually she does like a really upbeat, Latin, sassy kind of thing. So moving into this more expressive side has really opened her up as an athlete, really developed her as well. So it'll be really interesting to see how she goes later on in the National Clubs Carnival as well. That moment's my favourite. You could definitely tell she was feeling that. A couple of bit of struggles with a few skills, but from the performance side, I thought that was beautiful.
Amazing stuff. And we do have one more competitor coming up from Victoria, who is the current leader in the qualification. And here we go. She could be the only person to take this gold off Mackenzie. Let's see if she can do it.
Setting the intensity from the beginning. Half shoulder jump to push up nice and high, going into the double L support. A little bit wobbly at the start, but finish it off strong. Great energy. She's definitely known for her performance. Scissor full to the half split to push up to the A-frame. Double combination bonus. Really good intensity in the aerobic movements. Helicopter full to split, done nicely. Using the space quite well, getting the corners. Nice little dance moment. She's worked really hard. Bit of attitude at the end there, I liked it.
Very nice routine, and that concludes the competition, but we will be hanging around to get the score to see who takes out the senior individual competition tonight at the Australian Championships. And we do have a replay here. So much energy, but really polished routine.
Yeah, something that Roshi is very known for
perfect.
is her performance. She generally does do the upbeat, intense musics. You see how powerful she is. She just floats across the floor. There's the triple combination with the 0.2 bonus. She really wants to get into those corners, so she is going all over that floor. Presentation didn't stop at all. Cossack full, going into the full helicopter, into the split landing. Front horizontal, a little bit of an over rotation, small error. Still just powering across the floor. Very dynamic. And finishes it off with a lot of personality. Coaches are happy. She's happy.
Fantastic to see. And we are just waiting for the judges to put the final score together for Roshi.
Yes.
And then we will have all the scores in and we can tell you who is national champion in the senior individual division. And the scores are still coming through.
Have we seen Ruby's score come through?
She came in 4th position, 16.45. So Mackenzie in 1st, Amelia in 2nd, Sophie in 3rd, and Ruby in 4th, with one more score to come. And Roshi was the top finisher in the qualification competition, so she does have the minerals to take it off Mackenzie.
I think it's going to just come down to the difficulty scores. I think Mackenzie and Roshi had the same performance, energy. Just, it was fantastic to see from both of them. It just plays out with the execution and the difficulty side of the routines.
And it is all in the hands of the judges, and we are eagerly awaiting to see what the score is. I don't think I've refreshed my phone this often before, but we are.
So, very important question. Have you got your music choice for National Clubs Carnival yet?
I think I'm going to go the emotional, really get into the dance elements of it.
Yeah.
Because I think that's probably, I can't do any of the difficulty stuff, so I'm just going to have to lean into the little dance skills I do have and see if I can make something of that. But, you know, you said you're a choreographer, so I'll give you a call after this and we can tee up a aerobics master session.
Let's do
and
it.
get me ready to go. Wait, is there a men's division? There's no men's here
100%.
tonight.
We do have men's division, so we don't have many in Australia. But the fun fact is that in the teams, it can be a mix of men and women. In the aero dancers, in the groups of 5, in the trios, it can be a mix. But the individuals, the men and the women, do compete separately. But the multiples, the trios, the groups, and the aero dancers, they compete collectively.
And internationally, what country is the powerhouse of aerobics?
Oh, it's hard to say. Everyone has a favourite. Probably your European countries are doing pretty good. Russia, very good quality. Korea have really good aero dancers.
The judges are leaving us hanging here. We just want to get that one score. Wrap it up. All right. Well, unfortunately, we haven't got the final score there, so you will have to jump on Gymnastics Australia's website to find out who wins that competition. But I want to thank you very much, Amy, for joining me tonight and helping me out with the live stream. And thank you for viewing along back home. That is the end of the Aerobics Championships. And that is the end of the Australian Gymnastics Championships as well. Thank you for joining in with us. And we just did a score. Get a score come through. Roshi came in 2nd place. Mackenzie 1st, Roshi 2nd, and Amelia 3rd in the senior individual competition. Thank you for joining us tonight. And that wraps up our Australian Gymnastics Championships.